There it is, y'all. Here it is. 12 more minutes. Then we get the reveal of 0.4 Path of Exile 2. Let me double check everything. Should be good. All right. Man, oh man. Are we gonna get more than just the Druid? We shall see. We shall see. Boom, boom, boom. What is good with never mind. I think we should be alright. Right? Let me double check. Switchy. Switchy. Twitch not done. Twitch was muted for some reason. Right? Twitch? No. We got advertisements on this joint? That's funny. What kind of advertisements they showing? All right, let's do it. 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Hi, I'm Jonathan Ree, game director of Grinding Gear Games, and today we're going to be showing Path of Exile 2 0.4. That's how he's going to start off with. Where he's going to be like, hey guys, we have more than the Druid. We have more than the Druid coming in. So I know that the Abyss is staying, which is good. I like the Abyss. The Abyss was fun. But what else is going to be added on? We shall see. Yo, my phone needs to update. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Yes. See. All right. Should I go get snacks? I have no idea, bro. Maybe I should go get snacks. I'm about to go get snacks, bro. We got 6 minutes. All right. We're 6, 7. I'll be right back. Oh, boy. All right. We got snacks. We got some snacks. We're ready. We are ready. Yo, these ones are so good, bro. Chips Ahoy Hershey. Bust. They're so good. Weirdo. Get the hell out of here, girl. Get the hell out of here, you hater. You hater. Hater. I was trying to at you in POE chat. Really? I don't have their chat up. Didn't see you. I'm hiding. I'm always hiding. Oh, wow. There's too much lighting, bro. I don't want you guys to see my face. Oh, that's too less. Okay. Everything good? Kick. I don't want to kick. I'll find you. Ooh. Is that a threat? Or a promise? Yeah, I bought this peach tea, but I didn't see that it was 0 sugar. It's kind of nasty. Kind of nasty. Made from black tea leaves, huh? Interesting. Don't want us to see you need to clean up the beard. That's funny. Oh, this one's so nasty. Oh, baby girl. Chips Ahoy. Hershey's fudge filled. Mmm. Yo, this joint about to. This joint about to be so good. All right. I need okay, the Druid is coming out. The Abyss is staying. There's a new Val League mechanic. So that might mean there's gonna be Val skills. We don't know how they work yet. Here we go. What's up, bro? Welcome back, dude. It's been a while. Been a while, my boy Dismal. The GOAT. It's been a while, bro. Hope you had a great little break. We know the Druid is there. Abyss is staying. The Val League mechanic will probably introduce Val skills or Val skill gems. We don't know how they work yet. We do know that Val skill gems, most of the spells are always better than the melee Val skill gems, so I'm not sure how that's gonna work in POE2. Hopefully some new endgame mechanics. I don't know, but we got a minute left, so let's do it. I had to reset my OBS stuff, so let me know if I need to turn up any volumes, especially for like the POE stream. Let me know. I think it should be good though, as long as I don't talk. People got mad last time in my clips because I was talking over the freaking Jonathan guy. But fuck him. Don't matter. Alright, that peach tea is absolutely disgusting. Oh, 10 seconds. Okay. Settle down. Let's do it. Happy New Year.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2.
Let's do it.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below.
Is the volume okay?
Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
His could be louder.
Well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey,
Alright, turn it up a little bit.
talking to you.
I asked you a question.
Dang.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
Ooh, werewolf. Ooh. Ooh, the werewolf looking nice. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. What the fuck? Bro, you're a dragon. No way. Holy crap. Dude, I know the chat is going crazy.
I will find you.
That was such a big surprise. What?
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity.
My boy got
The Druid
cake.
has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks.
Strength, intelligence.
As a human, the druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world.
It looks smooth.
One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time.
Yo, get this ad out of here, bro.
Turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the
Alright, turn
talisman
it up
to
again.
represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor.
That's a cool fight. The
more
giant
endurance
shark
charges
and the
you have
bear.
when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do.
This just kind of looks like the warrior, to be honest. The way the warrior
You
plays.
can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Khal. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear?
Literally, as soon
Well,
as I
wait
said
no
that,
longer.
it's kind of different now.
Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities.
That looks
True
insane.
Bear-pocalypse. Now the bear is known
Volume
for being
perfect,
a slower
thank
and more
you.
lumbering
I
animal,
appreciate you.
with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form.
Yes, sir. The wolf form.
For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic
Dude,
attack
look
will
how
leap
fast
forward
he
and
is.
rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolf minion to your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your
They
enemies.
really want combo play, man. They
If
really
they're still
want
alive
combo
after
play.
that, your pack of wolves can finish them off. Just like with the Bear's Raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket Mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce.
Oh. What
After
happened?
pouncing at an enemy,
Okay.
Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The Wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam. Finally, the Wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing.
That's crazy.
In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic Wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build
Right
if you
by
want to
Lyric.
utilize
Thanks for the
skill
Lyric,
to its
yeah.
full.
Appreciate you. Dang, yo, there's so many people watching this stream. Lagging it up.
All right.
Oh my god.
Right, let's talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one, the Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after
Oh
all.
wow.
Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a Druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic
There's so
strikes of
many
lightning from the
spells.
sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things
But
wet
they're
also
adding
makes
a
them
new
easier to freeze, so it works
debuff,
nicely with your wolf form as
wetness.
well. And you know what else
You
likes
can
water?
make things wet.
Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage.
Oh my god, dude. Anyone needs some tampons?
Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like
Hold on,
we
let me
had to
see
do it.
some.
Use Flame Breath.
Hold on. Oh my god, dude, I fucked up. 5 seconds. Okay, there we go.
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and
You
your
can have
wyvern
spell
form can
totems do
easily create
spark. There'll be a crazy amount
power
of like
charges by eating
sparks
corpses.
going off.
So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems.
Oh my
We've
God.
added over 30 new supports throughout the game,
30.
but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. We can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated Growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well.
Oh wow.
Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost,
I like the bond
but
growth
it's also
thing.
great with any other shock.
Yeah, it looks
skill.
pretty cool.
Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover.
What a joke. It obviously
Now, when the
needed
new
more
class comes to
AoE
Ascendancy
clear.
classes, the Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies.
Wow.
By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are. And with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman.
Wow.
These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build.
That's insane.
You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying
This
all
is
who
like
face
Diablo
nature's fury.
4's Druid's Ultimate.
There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of Foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage.
What?
And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you
Bro.
first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of Foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making a reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows
Bruh.
Oracles to have a small chance to avoid death.
This is broken.
Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting
This
and
guy
unique
is
ways to
broken.
gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to
What
fire.
the hell?
As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
The palace of Queen Atziri.
Bro, that was
It is
so
a
much
ruin,
information
But in the dark,
for the druid.
machines still churn. The temple has many functions. And with it,
No,
a chance
bro,
to
I
save
hate
the
doing
Vaal.
this shit.
A gateway through time.
The Val Alva mechanic from POE1.
Travel into the past. Again and again. Alter the temple. Uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do.
Oh, yeah?
It adores me.
Bro, what's with them and showing people's cakes?
Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
I never even understood how it worked in POE1. It's so weird.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of
There he
Exile.
is with his Adidas shoes.
In the Fate of the Vaal
Ultra
League,
boost.
you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there?
Come
There are
on.
disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, If you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more.
Interesting.
Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Leraval, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Edzeri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Edzeri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed.
If you want to power up the boss, you need to do an algebra equation, yeah. What's that thing? It's like, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally and this or
Edzeri
whatever.
is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand
Right.
the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms. But while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
Dang. Gone. Dang. Took his item.
Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight,
That's way too
special
high.
drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualotl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial
That's
chamber to
alright.
level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways.
That crossbow looking nice. They
One
must
of the
have buffed
mods of
it.
this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod. For example,
Interesting.
this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later
Nice.
or trade it if you want. Now,
So
there
we
are
don't
all
have to
sorts
use
of
it, we can
interesting
actually
rooms
just
you
sell
can
the
find in the
stuff.
temple. But the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh layer.
Bloodborne-ish items, yeah.
But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
That's interesting.
Some rooms, like
That's
the
pretty cool.
Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queeper medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple.
Opportunity for
But
you to
this
make
one
some how-to
is
temple
special.
videos.
It allows you to place new types of rooms.
I have to
with
first be
specific
good at
rewards.
the temple.
There are rooms with
Kinda
specific
sounds
uniques, special
complicated.
runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socketables back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the endgame. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Vaal works well for late game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters.
Interesting.
We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save
that's a
up
cool
many
move.
runs so you can do them later at your leisure and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league,
that
it's
the monk?
important that we have a new pinnacle boss
That was
to
cool.
test your character's might. In the Fate of the Vaal, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form.
Yo, she
Now,
has
we're not
two
going to show you the
pairs.
whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other.
Wow.
So, that's the Fate of the Vaal League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game,
Nice.
along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the League mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run.
Okay, so it's only an end
You
game.
can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree. You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each.
Okay, so they removed crafting with Abyss.
Once you
On
defeat the
tablet
Arbiter
or
of
map.
Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement.
Good.
But
Good,
on
that
that
was-
note,
that was good.
Fate of the Veil does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many
If your
different
streamer's
random
creaming their
outcomes.
pants.
Now, with regard
Yo,
to
this move is
Delirium
nice. Look at
even
that.
though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying.
That looks really good.
Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly,
What,
so you
what
won't
move
feel
is
like
that?
you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters.
Well, I wonder what move was that, to be honest.
In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while,
alive.
we
Yeah,
are
bro,
still
I'm
getting this
alive.
kind of feedback. So we are no
I'm alive. I'm alive. How you been? Thanks for joining in.
longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life.
Thank goodness.
In addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level.
Nice.
This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses.
Dude,
We have
what kind of
also
move
reduced
was
the
that,
speed
dog?
modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. it does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree.
What the fuck?
These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall
Oh
build
my
variety
God,
that can
dude.
tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking
250
about our
more
new
passive
supporter
points
packs.
added.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs.
Oh
The
shit.
Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier
Damn, they're
contains
talking about the
pack's full
supporter
face
packs.
value
That
in
means
points,
the show's almost
alongside
over.
several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
So no new ascendancies, no new
The
weapons.
Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue Character Effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around
Lurking
you.
and playing Tarkov. No problem, bro.
The
Thanks
Precursors
for joining
have
in, though.
mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings.
Maybe with all the
This
reworks,
one
it'll
used to
make
serve
things
as a
better,
scout
but still
that would
sad.
patrol and tase
Yeah.
intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you?
It is
Molten
kinda
gold
sad
spills out
because,
as the
like,
Forge Master breaks down your items.
Since there's no new weapon, skill line, or ascendancies,
The relic of
everyone
the
is going to
Precursor's
be
map
like,
device is a mysterious
playing
machine
the
that sits
Druid,
atop
because that's the
ancient
new
colossal
thing.
statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalgurin pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
they said they added 30
The
new
Kalgurans
support
had
gems,
astounding
but they
skill in
didn't say
astronomy,
anything about
being able
new
to track
skill
cosmic
gems.
events with absolute
Active
precision.
skill gems.
Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the
Oh,
lost
wow.
Kalgurin fleet, led formerly by Captain
They always
Hartman himself.
have, dude, Path of Exile always has
A
great
Kalgurin seafarer
cosmetics.
needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered.
They've
with the
always
classic
had
tricorn
so
and of course
good
a peg leg.
cosmetic. Oh my god, you have a
The
peg
lost
leg.
treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields.
Oh, that's a cool boobies
After
on
a
a
long day
shield.
of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly ocean-dwelling creatures
Wow,
in
look at this
Rayclast.
hideout, dog.
Many ships
might
have
have
met
to
their
ball
demise
out.
here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a Kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant Kraken waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to
Nice.
navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1.
Wait,
Thank you very much for all your ongoing support.
That guy in the
We're
clip
just
right
about
there
to
was
start the
using
Q&A
a
with
spell
Ziggy
called Blade Vortex.
Afterwards, at 11 a.m. NZ time.
That's
we'll
not in
post
the game.
patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering Lost Vale secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
You know, the reveal is not as big as 0.3 was. Like the Druid, yes, the Druid, top notch.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion.
But then it
I am
like
your
kind of
host,
went
VOD.
downhill
Today we're gonna
all
be
from there.
touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Vile League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance,
Hopefully
and other game
this little
design
Q&A
topics.
will
I am,
help.
of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this
Okay,
one.
do
but
we
I've
get
really
Vile
enjoyed it.
skills?
So, yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been
Do we
like
get Vile
no time at all
skills?
since the last
Do we
few
get
with POE1 release.
Anything.
It feels like
Anything
only several
more.
weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this, though. Is like, Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know the
Okay.
like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate
I
stuff.
think we are probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the
Yeah.
less demonstratey side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know. a
Yeah, I've
different
definitely
ballpark,
been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like, there's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure. Where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case, I'd say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow. And as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak. But
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to kind of understand.
sure.
I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to, normally we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth. The shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations, you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well.
Yeah,
which makes a
yeah.
big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like
and
hop
flaps
around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge roll, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible. But then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like, you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that is a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. You know, like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spitting it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah.
You were, like trying to, this is not working right.
Right.
Like,
well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Yes. Like I wanted to actually get this the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs. You start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
actually
pretty cool.
An interesting thing there. I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you've got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. Yeah, you actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of, which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it does. From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So yeah, that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that, part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But but you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff. You can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick
it's going to be really hard
from, like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're
to
actually
like
picking.
choose
that's all it is,
one.
right? And that often will guide you like what skills you're picking and so on. But you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like, that just means that you've got that sort of free flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff.
So the druid
combo gameplay that we
has the forms
obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right?
ascendancies on top of that.
But yeah, no, there's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
It's a lot of content if you're playing a druid.
Making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforward, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground. Like that's certainly very possible.
I can't believe they didn't even add ascendancies.
How do we make
for the existing classes just to finish off the ones we needed for the third one?
I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously
I really
want a lot of the balance stuff, but I can see even
they did say they changed.
You know, so I just throw over the fence
up
all my
the ascendancies. So
like, how the hell
let's hope the freaking the garbage ass ascendancy has been changed.
The spellcaster side. So one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like
Acolyte or whatever it's called.
That you know, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, you know, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, yeah, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class.
They're thinking about too many combo stuff. People would just go to one button stuff.
But
Yeah, dude,
that's
100%.
also what's fun about the game and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, you know, there was the I want to be all forms going between. There was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon.
Yeah.
And now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so
combo
like, okay,
stuff,
well,
it's just it's not efficient.
Because they're
like
quite long duration. So having a bunch of complexity.
if you're trying to play combo,
it honestly just it does just spiral into like.
Like if you try to play combo versus someone who's not playing combo, they'll probably end up having like 100 exalts.
Then honestly, we're
in less than 30 minutes. While
I'd say we're pretty much nailed on almost everything with this
it probably
class.
takes you 30 minutes to finish one map.
Normal. We've had a lot of testing.
If you're doing combos,
that, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah,
it just becomes so boring.
Like, ultimately, pretty fun.
In my opinion.
I'd say there's still something. Obviously, there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do.
Every normal enemy, every rare enemy is like a freaking
lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday,
battle.
just like walking past someone's computer, and someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form, and then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding.
Now I wonder if we can use their skill gems.
There's definitely some boss deletion going
with other
on
classes.
Yeah,
probably not because you can't shapeshift.
Just many entangles.
You could probably only use the human
that,
form one.
Support general, like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no,
unless they mentioned it.
I do have to admit that I did already get one thing. Let's say fixed. Okay. There was a thing that was like double generating rage. So I'm like, I don't know if this is intended. Right. And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
I don't know.
Sorry,
we'll see where that goes because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage each time.
Right.
I'm like, that doesn't seem intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that.
Big
because that's like ridiculously powerful. That
weapon.
feels like way permissive. I was like, this feels illegal, but that's like... You gotta let a few things in there that feel illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
If I'm playing a different class, can I use that weapon and shapeshift?
I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through because maybe it isn't actually fine, but my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem? So
yeah, you gotta.
We'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you've ruined it. Now people will know.
So what you're saying is everyone.
They'll see the thing.
Everyone is gonna be.
Let's see that line of text.
A furry, huh?
Line of text.
Everyone is gonna be a furry.
We're developing a reputation now.
Not just druids, but everyone's gonna be a furry.
So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket. The talisman?
Yeah, the
here we go.
And is there any limitation just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my Mace Marauder or my Quarterstaff Monk and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for the druid the whole time, and I'm like, hey guys, remember anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like a three different extra versions of every single line the character can do.
So everyone can transform into different forms. Everyone can do the shapeshift, not just the druid. All the classes.
It's like
That's
their,
crazy.
Kind of their thoughts, I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like
0.4 more like
But
0.4.
would it be completely impossible to record every single line
was a
an
good one.
additional 3 times
like,
so every
all
character
right,
class?
voice actors, everybody come back and we need you to roar like a bear.
Exactly. Effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant was that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
Yeah, right, okay.
Yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into Calm as a bear.
That's unique item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about like the idea of like, why are things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well with the weapon swapping, you can still use skills from different elements. Different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because like definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining like this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like there's like very obvious like cross synergy build.
Well, I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do like cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross-synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Like, it's interesting actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the Strength int is like you've got the poison on the Dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the Strength int side. But that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the ranger's plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like I do like the idea of being like a druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks druid, you buffed poison rangers. Yeah. Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah. Good. Yes, and the rain buffing lightning skills as well, by increasing shock chance. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, you've got plants and you got like nature and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf. How dare you? Yeah, how dare exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. So that was a rew concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we were looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal is ranged? Like it's not really there's like it's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, you know, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
you know, it eventually it was hard though.
That's crazy, a wyvern.
But yeah, it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for strength int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration. Actually, like,
Spellblade. I literally just made a fucking build that uses Spellblade on Path of Exile 1.
Because I knew what they were. I just wanted to change
So
them.
I technically would know how to scale the druid.
Do something.
Sorry
cool.
for my slight disingenuousness.
Cool.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad, but we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got, like, you know, wings to, something defensive for block, or something for, hard carapace maybe, or... I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the
so
wings,
much dragon lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes.
You're a Clairol, clairvoyant?
Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold.
Is that somebody that can like foretell something or foresee something?
Gold over there, quick shapeshift, pick it up, shapeshift back. No,
I haven't heard that.
Joking, please. I'm not doing that.
Word in so long. I think that's like foresee something.
Mandatory
hey man,
gold find build.
I got the insiders for Path of Exile. They should just come to me and ask me how to build a game. I'll give them ideas.
The Templar, we had the idea more of like, you've got the armor energy shield stuff.
Here we go. They're talking about the Templar.
That's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to Druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the Druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, it's a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield.
That's crazy,
approach.
dude.
There's a few sort of
We're still missing so many classes.
Spirit reservation gems. I don't know what I can never remember.
We're missing the
sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that.
We're missing the Templar
thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like
when is this game gonna come out?
There's like things like that that we've
added. When is this game gonna be 1.0?
A thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange. Like, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, it is what it is. It kind of has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure. You can go full armor if you want, but
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff going on.
I wonder if they added more minions.
Depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
If they add more minions, I might play a minion build again. I loved my minion build last week.
Itself does get the
that shit was so OP.
Energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor in order to kind of make it so you are, like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires
Griffin. Right? Welcome in. Thank you for joining in. How have you been?
Obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the Druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, this is kind of the Druids thing. Like,
I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, Keystone's certainly a pretty.
It's so funny how all three of them are sitting the exact same way.
There's an extra. I can't remember what it's called. There's one that says "Do not translate" on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the Keystones there. It was based on what's it called? POE1's, is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember.
Divine
Too
Shield,
many
yeah.
names. But it's based on that, but not exactly the same, like a derivative of that we're
You
trying to get
use
going.
Divine
But,
Shield Dismal?
Yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that
I didn't
feel
use
more
it
druidy,
that
and,
much like you
I
have,
know
though.
there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it like, what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long.
Oh my god.
So a few things
That's
like that
really
we're trying
cool.
to add that are thematic as well. And
That's
I
a
think
really cool
another one of the
keystone.
really cool
That would be fun.
parts about
Just
adding a
rampage the
class
whole time.
is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like actually, like there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game really. It's like what are we doing with that? It's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more, and and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics.
More
everything.
energy shield, you
It's nice
say?
we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have any just like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it. And then like I have to wonder, like you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expect. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra
So far.
passes. So far. Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like that seems ridiculous.
It's fun
Because it's cool.
Yeah, the
Because it's
Oracle
cool. It really is.
Ascendancy
It really
is
is
so
gospel,
strange.
right?
It's like the Chronomancer.
I really went through.
When it comes to,
I
like-
showed two
like being
examples, but I was
so
like,
odd.
I really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here.
Bro,
wanna
I
make
played
sure
the
that
Chronomancer
if you want to be able to
2
get
leagues
more of a
ago.
certain thing, this is a way to do it.
Made a
But at
build
the end
guide
of the
for
day,
it.
it
It's
still
in,
costs passive points
on
to
my
allocate,
page.
right? So it's more about, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class, and it was all themed around, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting like
It's an
I don't know.
existential crisis as a
but
node.
That fits period.
initially I always write my little blurbs about them to get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class, and it's easy, by the way, to as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really like that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
Sad, isn't it?
if we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like we have to add and consider
oh,
the
no,
shaman
we'll do that as
stats,
well.
and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the Oracle passives. And every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You don't have to take that node. So
My take
I
is,
think this like
I think the
very clearly
Shaman is going to
communicates that you're
look
also okay with this idea
be
of
like
there being just,
Ritualist,
like,
and
hidden cool
Oracle
stuff to
going to be
discover,
like
but you're
Amazon.
not going to know ahead of
Ritualist
time because you
looks
can't like look at the
cool.
class options on the character
top
selection
late
screen
season.
and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle.
I bet somebody's going to
Ascendancy,
find something
right? So
broken
it's
with the
like,
Oracle.
Yeah, that's cool. That's fine.
Yeah, I
and
think so
love it.
too.
Look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So like,
I love the
That's
secret
pretty-
stuff.
yeah.
I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final a secret, and maybe there's more. Well,
You want to do more of that, don't you? I can tell. Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like
I found the lich.
1000% pre-planned.
I found the
out of
abyssal
the
lich.
gate. Like, I understand the need to plan.
I made a video for it
have
too.
Confidence in a build.
People
and
love that
you don't
shit.
want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions.
It's still
and stuff
one
like
of my
that, for
top
sure,
TikTok
but I definitely
videos,
want to find
clips.
that balance where you have that.
Finding
where
the
you also get your
abyssal
cool
lich.
secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear and everything will affect you in your movement.
Absolutely.
Animal
Right.
forms. It's
Absolutely.
not like... I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you or this thing's not affecting
Right.
you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swaps. So you've got two weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Yeah, like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
No. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak. You just put it in and it kind of works.
Like if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. And so like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that.
Right.
Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
But
more
mostly that's just
unclear.
because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But here, because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Val expansion, and there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made two separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like two completely clashing themes in the trailer. So yeah, in the end we were like, that's like normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these two things in a kind of reasonable way. So yeah, in the end we decided to go with two trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
They're not
Fate
connected.
of the Val.
They're not. Aside from both of them,
I wonder if he's
having a
going to
boss ops
ask
in it,
Oh,
about
they're
the
not
Val
connected.
skill gem.
That just happened. Yeah, that was total accident, by the way. It was just like two totally unrelated.
Uh-oh. Stream buffering again.
Yes, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like,
Right.
I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a few things going on there. So, like initially, this league, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more, kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders. Like right
I'm gonna be
from the
honest.
get-go. Like there's actually like a little bit.
I was more excited for
the
the
league.
breach
So,
mechanic
if we'd
from
have
Path
had
of
it so it's
Exile
like you're
1,
time
the Keepers
traveling
of the
into past,
Flame,
like
than
the
I am
moment you walk
now
out the
for
gate. It's like, okay,
The fate
it's
of the
this is
vow.
not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make 2 versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the league has a lot more going on. It just doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling
Maybe
of the
because
world,
this was
which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one.
Yeah,
It's like dark horror, gothic, secondary. 3 dimensions deep of I'm in the past or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Val sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. It's a ton of variations of those. Where for like each act, we're like, in like for each area, we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin and stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel
Are
like
we still having the same interlude acts?
The POE1 style, betrayal basement.
Because they said last
there's just a basement everywhere.
we'll only see them once.
Okay, that just doesn't
then
fly
they'll
anymore
disappear.
at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. This makes sense. I'm
I'm
not just.
pretty sure they said we're only going to get the interlude acts
the
for
Val is a very
0.3
distinct
only.
thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Val stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's a matter of making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along, like some Ezomites went there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
Yeah. So I'd say that like it does sort of. I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, obviously, when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really. Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed. And then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite got there in terms of
that
like
was POE1 level kind of.
Yeah. And then this one here, I think like, you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in POE2, like, post-release and everything, and like the kind of the amount of content you need for a league. Like it needs to be quite sizable and good. And it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because you sort of shows you what we can do when we...
Yeah, I was going to say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but it's and honestly the scope did explode a little bit because when we... I think that one of the things... So when I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like we, and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of POE2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff. And it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like, there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. There's a lot there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I mean, we could take some inspiration from what POE1 did with Incursion, in terms of double crops and stuff, but we had to make it work in a POE2 context. There's just a lot there.
Yeah, I've followed your progress with designing this one from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say it.
So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it.
Yes,
then everyone's going to think that the game we're inspired by is Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
It was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. And one of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of writing it, like which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make a and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on and made really look really awesome. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah,
in the evening,
I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little meta game things. And just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing.
Yeah,
good, right?
it's always it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
And I just like coming up with all the little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and try to make one each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time.
Yeah.
It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah.
Exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like does it like fully reset at some point? Like for example, when you kill at Zeri or
It never
something?
fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this
Okay.
kind of destabilization thing. It goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. That's just. That effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can,
because
yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah,
on that
you can,
grid.
yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
not
I mean,
running out Zeri?
it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. I mean, once you've defeated at Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff, and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize. Because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill at Zeri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah.
We wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So
or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
runs,
in between. 10 runs
Nice.
if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it. The
Well, the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, yeah, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple thing.
Yes.
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from POE1 where you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but yeah, the thing with the killing architect and at Zeri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we've now on POE1, we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is.
I really
right
have
now,
to look
but
at the.
it's the thing. We say we've thought
the
about it, but it can be very
talisman
easy to see that and be like, hey, they're
skills.
doing the same mistake they've made last time. Which you're not wrong. Except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of
Planned for
entire
that.
board reset kind of thing. We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
Yeah, that's true. You've already
we've thought
established-
about it, but it
Yeah.
can. I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. And I was just looking at it, going like, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. it can be quite bad.
Well,
so
yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with. I mean, even if you, again, it's
the thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah,
because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, you know? It's yeah.
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully, but I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in POE1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in POE1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things that you can trade. Like trading the rewards was the reason why I did our temple itemization in the first place. Yeah, just if this time we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can, you know, be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, you know, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the tempo, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8, you know. I mean, Varlobs aren't even in the game at that point. Yeah. So you have this thing where it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. Yeah. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until the game?
Yeah, interesting.
You want to use
so the campaign's going to be
I want to take
even
home,
easier now.
Just use it.
Yeah,
you know,
it was a substantial buff to campaign
because you can like just make your guy
so far. It's like
stronger,
you can
quicker.
Basically, go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms, and you like just go on a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Like,
yeah, I mean the temple. We it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like we really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, you could. It seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that a little bit later.
You always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what?
It felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect. Nice. That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropped dropping here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
Yeah. There's some modifications, but it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do, and we're just trying to make sure that, it fulfills that it fills that budget, so to speak. Of
you're getting a lesser jewels or bin Keth or something like that, kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then it felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from POE1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in POE1, you never Varlob gear. Well, I don't want to say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So yeah, you have to Varlob land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more, because like you've got that really high-end unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier risk now in some
like it.
cases.
I like it.
That's the Val spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many, many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So.
So you actually have to though, like it has to be corrupted.
Yep, so you corrupt first, and then you can apply the double corrupt.
Okay, cool. It keeps the usefulness of the Val orbs there as well. To kind of
I didn't want the Val orbs to just. I mean, you'd still use them on like waystones or whatever, but you know, I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, know, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in POE1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, you know, I'm not sure if I do want to do that just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But, you know,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of it in POE1 recently where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what
Not
is it?
Adziri, Val uniques. Yeah, so we initially, I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But the problem is, yes, it was just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Yeah, basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this?
I gotta
that's
build.
Not going to be quite so crazy. And then we were like, okay, if we
I gotta build.
and we ended up going with Val uniques, you know, for obviously thematic reasons.
Acolyte of Cholula, Wolf, Werewolf, Headhunter build.
You kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens, but it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So,
I might as well not even play the league.
You can create some...
You can use it on non-Val. It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in POE1. So it like re-rolls. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Val items because they've been like
incompatible item
infused with royal bloodline blood. And so it's like the way it works on Val uniques is different to just random uniques. Where it's like, hold on, it works
Headhunter day one
here, and you know. Just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Val. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Val unique in order to use this. No, you can
I've only had one Headhunter in my life,
but I want it to be like,
and it's been in POE1
and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Val uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure. You know, a process that we've been doing is that,
and it's actually like
we're not just replacing it with
kind
of just some random basic stuff. Like that will happen. That is a part of the pool, but we're trying to go through because we have a more limited set of uniques. We have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has like Soul Leader, and it's like a level 39 base type.
Yep.
And I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Eater stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? And so also you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Eater now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know? Now, these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Eater stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Val pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other, you know.
Now,
So, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
there's so many
it's
things.
A lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I mean, you've also got just the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes, true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully, and it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Val unique. So hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things. You just get these really, really... I assume you're going to get some that have these... You replace the exact 2 bad sides with the exact 2... Because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact, like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, something 1 divine to 300 divine, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad. But we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new, Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Val.
Yep, Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, a bunch of stuff. So
it's a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then?
I mean, we'll be always adding more Val uniques.
Right.
So yes,
but in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. For sure.
In terms of the overall idea of upgrading low level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever discuss the idea of Val skill gems? It feels weird to add that when you're adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Val skill gem is in POE1 is a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, So it's we're kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's like the glory on the skills.
Glory kind of
Yeah, that's what I figured. That it's kind of you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value at this point. I think.
Now that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got all the classes and skills in place and all that. I would say that's a post-release feature, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc. Post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. It basically was kind of during early access, it doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch, we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery contents in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like?
Well, we don't have anything to say at the moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when.
We still have to do the same
classic,
trials to
just resource distribution kind of things where it's when are we going to do it and what
trial I'll suck my ass,
and we have all these different ideas, and so but right now nothing.
All right. So on endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the delirium fog.
Yeah.
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the endgame, but not only that, you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the tablet waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right?
Yeah.
The fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying, So that was the first thing to solve, and it really then started coming into okay, well, how people are finding waystone crafting more annoying. And we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, it just made it not not particularly great. The first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? And effectively we were kind of we can go 2 ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about which league do you want to run for different for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do because I think that it's probably just less busy work, less annoying. If every league gave you something that you needed to craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're from this point on, just waystones, they all get regular, they'll have the regular crafting of just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again and a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which helps a lot. And then, of course, the question was, well, how can we make sure that we're not doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into, how can we get back the, the power you had? So that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that, in order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more endgame for this expansion. So what's kind of happened with the
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have an immediate like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing, and that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Val, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to end game later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
Like, so, but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something, and that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in Path of Exile, which has been pretty successful?
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
there's stuff we want
to
do.
We're a bit of trying not to spoil anything here. We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar. It's like it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah, it's
and so I do want to put, like, people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think, they're reworking it in game anyway, so I'm not going to say anything, just in case. You never know.
There's and also different parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the, just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yeah.
So
But yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change, and then the something that like POE1 with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions, and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure, and there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that, and like the burning monolith, but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing, now I'm going to farm, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly, we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from POE1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like, they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we've got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like, some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance, and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means, unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing it in 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
Yeah.
Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. and all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was, well, like, we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. But yeah, kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh, damn. It was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, you know, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously, fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
they can finally rest.
Thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. We kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. Because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that could do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning speed.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE, you're still going to be wanting to be clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation there.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels, so like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making, like on the Atlas Tree, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places, but I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to, at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler, and I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas Tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, oh, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical, feels a bit more, intention. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas tree and through just decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage.
Appreciate you joining in, man.
Over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both.
Hopefully we
That's
can
fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics
link
and stuff,
up again next league. And have our games
you can
break.
Play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And
for sure,
that's the beauty of the Atlas tree, and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into kind of spoiler territory.
I mean, that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can, but maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, we did get to see a little bit of that in POE1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like, there's definitely been, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with like noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in POE2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is we've got the balance of that, where it should in an ideal world be the case that killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? So that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to in order to kill them, as far as relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then.
For sure.
There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in POE1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like, every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really, like it wasn't really that great. So it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in POE1 even, and in POE2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vow, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
But it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? Is It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. You can't have my loot. But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, did we? I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole minimap, coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4 too, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
appear on the minimap. The funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But that was implemented a while ago.
Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon.
Yeah.
So strongboxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay. So basically, you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now, some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map, activating them all, and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah. So it's kind of meant to be like, look, you've explored at least. I mean, like, if there's generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Right.
It's about getting those last things, and
and then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground.
Yeah.
Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But that's a perfect example of, again, it's it's why I don't want people to not give feedback, because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently. And so it's
a good case study, because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that, because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing
I think
here,
this is a good middle ground.
It seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this, that is really bumming me out, and then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change. Then nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Good. Yeah, you just said rare monsters, and I just had this random
good.
Wait,
what more words can I say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average POE2 passive is like 10%, whereas the POE1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is there something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in POE2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be a bit more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together. Like be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to POE1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how which they're all different, right? The way that the monster scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to like nerf from POE1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class stats on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in POE1 quite a bit.
The class stats were stronger than
you get the M on the top and stuff like that. And so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but and just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that
too. More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately that's what it comes down to is like if my gear is, if I'm wearing all white gear, like how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in POE2.
And the reason
that
for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in POE1, where there was more just base stuff, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
obviously
just one of the
that's not entirely base in POE1, but you have base life.
I
get
as in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess like still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
Like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So like, the tree will just continue to evolve, and like we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the druid ones, but not just that, like we added more like ignite support around the mercenary, for example, this time, like as in 040, we're doing that. And then there's some changes to like more prod speedy stuff, because like we were like, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale. And it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen. And so we're like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, So we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's going to just, honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? Because there's a lot of ES scaling and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and I guess going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But, you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming. But we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee-jerk reaction and nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebuilt so much,
thanks for the follow
it's really
on,
hard
Kit.
to
I
know,
appreciate
and
you.
even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to
Welcome in.
know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest. Is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
Little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that the, like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of.
That is still the intention, yes. That is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge. And then it's just like, well, now why do I care, you know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, yeah, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about. And all of a sudden now, you pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive dream thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And so it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like we have expanded. Like I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite. You know, I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well,
Cool.
look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now. To
pretty much, yeah. And
energy shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very, very. Considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that. It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, POE1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh, you want to update, you want to make new, there's always you make bad things good, good things bad. Well, you know, bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad, quotable time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. You know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out. You know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles. You know, that's fine. Which, yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot, and even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities, and I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing, like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, you know, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and you know, it was something where like you would like you sort of had this baseline of like, you know, some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach, where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like, we probably need to have to look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this, like, you know, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was... I particularly was like... I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So, you know,
how do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably. But like they I don't think that that they were quite right for POE2. So yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the
Yeah,
point.
yeah, yeah,
I just randomly just started talking about stuff
We'll talk more on the
Again, it's
casting
real
in a
easy to
minute,
just
yeah.
pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but yeah, there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand, but I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like, how do you itemize
Alex.
as an attacker?
Right.
And
Welcome
it was like,
in.
how can we
Thanks for joining
have it
in.
be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
And in
that
particular,
power.
that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in POE1,
Doing pretty good. Just watching this little
optimization very much. Then
Path
you know,
of
it's
Exile
not still a
2
thing you can do.
live reveal
we kind
for
of
the
did wanna
next
still try to, like, have
season.
it so that, yeah, items
How are
do
you
matter
doing?
on spellcasters as well?
So,
Yeah.
so why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully
but
understand that. I think the
Gems
mana
does.
cost thing might be part of it for sure,
Sure,
the increase in the
yeah.
mana cost. But
I mean, I suspect at the end of the day, it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
right.
Even it's more than one way. A
'cause you
fizz
can-
weapon is not the
yeah.
only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Just
That
finished
might be it.
And
That
that's
might
it.
be
editing
Yeah,
a
it's just-
video
it's-
for a
if you don't have that mod,
presentation
bad. If you do have
tomorrow.
that mod,
Good
it's fine.
luck.
And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest
Good
is necessarily
luck.
doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough where it's like you instead of reducing the plus
you
gems,
good at,
you could create many different options, and
public
maybe it's still fine.
speaking?
Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities, but yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
It is quite hard to think of more multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall.
It's weird to me that
Oh.
like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know. Like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that
Yes.
plus gems is.
added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damage is there.
Yeah.
Added damage we removed because
The only thing I
just
could
ended
say
up doing
when talking to a lot of
damage
people,
effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it
we
ended
were,
up
is-
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness.
if you
having
can
played this,
try
because
your
I find it
best
be a
to
bit
think
confusing for
about
people.
one
Like, I
thing,
don't love
and
that,
the
so I was
one
kind of
thing
really willing to
is
avoid it.
that in
I did
the
have this sort
end,
of feeling though back when we did that, there's this inevitable,
nobody's
like, we're
opinion
probably gonna have to edit
matters.
it back again one day, and
that
I'm
can
like that.
help you
'Cause,
just
like, it is a
go
very
into that
useful tool, but,
presentation
yeah, I
like,
think it's just-
oh, I don't
I
give
think
a
it kinda
F.
sucks as a
You
thing,
know, let me
personally,
just
I'm
do
not a fan
this,
of it.
damage is extra.
get my little grade or whatever, and then we're good to go.
That's another take on that
I
whole
mean, that's well. We've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But
Try to think like,
in
yeah,
O4O,
for
we
sure,
are
for
doing
sure.
a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just
I
to
could
be
do the
clear, that is a
presentation
change.
for you. I'll do
But
it.
The other thing we're doing is we're
Send me the link. I'll do it for
taking
you.
the it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't. I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better.
I'll
It
just
makes,
say you like
no
lost your
real
voice or
difference
something, so I'm
overall
doing it
with
for
the other
you.
changes in mind. But the
I got
idea is
you.
being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then so
Melee nerfed
if you
ES,
want-
evasion buffed.
Like it just adds more reason to want to use a
Actually,
staff.
they
So the
didn't
staff
say
prefixes are double
anything, bro.
wands,
They didn't say
whereas a wand
anything
plus
about
foci,
melee or
is
evasion,
not giving you.
which
Well, it
is
was pretty much giving you more damage.
Kinda
I actually
weird.
think it was.
Right.
than the
BS
staff would have
has
been able
gotten
to.
a nerf,
So at least now
but
staffs are going to be
it
better.
is not a big nerf.
but
That's what
it
Mark
doesn't-
said.
Isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously still its own problem. But it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, Why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
I mean, you
focus
actually
every
made a
time?
ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff.
We've
which is
been
very
confirmed.
cool.
Yeah,
Yes.
dude. Yeah,
So
it looks
when we were adding
amazing.
the talismans
It
for the
actually looks
Druid,
so good.
We were like,
It looks
what do we
really
want all the
cool.
in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage?
And
of
you
the
know what's
campaign?
crazy?
What we then started looking
The
into was a lot of the
shape-shifting
other
is a
weapons
weapon.
going, well,
It's a
what were they doing?
talisman.
And then we were
So
looking at
any
things
class
going,
can
well,
shape-shift
this doesn't
into
seem
anything.
Right here, and this doesn't seem
Bear,
right there,
werewolf,
and
or
you get these
wyvern.
weird things
So
which people probably
it's
don't
not
honestly appreciate.
it's not based on the druid. It's based on a weapon.
Maybe.
So
Where
you
it's
can
like you're
pick a different
upgrading your
class
weapon,
and
so you're going from,
shapeshift
like,
into whatever.
Random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just gonna hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the. I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so that just confirms that
damage is
every
actually-
single
the base
body who's going
DPS
to
of
be
that
playing
weapon
Path
is
of Exile
actually
2
lower
next
than the
week
one
is going to
before
be
it.
a
That was like
furry
6 levels
of
lower.
some sort.
And you're like,
It
I
doesn't
don't know
matter
if
what
that
class
damage is
you
worth
are.
the
You're
trade-off
going to
of
be
the implicit. And so
shape-shifting.
Definitely, it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. The valuation of the implicit.
The druid, though,
damage
comes with
penalty
2
were mismatched
ascendancies.
in a lot of spots, and so you get these things where every third weapon
There are
in the
no
campaign is
new
just like a random
ascendancies
DPS drop.
added.
And so we're changing all of that as much as
But
we
they
can.
said
at
they
least.
changed a lot of the
thing is, you might not even
ascendancies
necessarily recognize
nodes
as a
that
player,
will be
because generally
shown
speaking, you just like you see a
in the
weapon that
patch
drops, and you're like,
notes.
okay,
They
what's the
did not
DPS
show it in
DPS of this compared to another one. You're
the
not
trailer.
necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like or that should have been higher.
Are my
So what it
twisters
ends up
nerfed,
being is
though?
there's
Do
just
I have to
whole, like,
learn how
20
to
levels go
sprint?
by where it's like I can't get a
They
weapon
didn't say
upgrade, and it's
anything
frustrating.
at
And
all
that's
about
what it
skill
actually feels like when
gems.
you
The
actually play it,
only
but in
thing they
reality what it
said
was is that
were
the
they
weapon type that was
added
supposed to be
30
an upgrade
new
is actually a
support
downgrade.
gems.
Yeah,
They did not say
that's
anything
something that
about
Mark immediately
active skill
saw, and
gems
he was like,
We've
okay,
done
at
it-
all.
We're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to
Yeah.
get through all the weapons, but we're
Right, right.
trying. Whereas, like, you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then
Right.
here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with the slow, heavy hitter? And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the end game choices for all of these weapons. Bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base deep. So, generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board. And
There are
in little ways. Like, they're not-
250
nothing make
more
or break, but,
passive
like,
nodes
it's
added
enough of a
onto the
thing that as
tree.
you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And
if you
also
pick
the in-game, just increasing a bit of the
one of
choices
the
different base
druid
weapons you can use for different
ascendancies,
builds and whatnot.
one of the nodes
Yeah,
adds
it's kind of one of those things
another
that would, you know, it's easy to go a
130
little bit
more
underappreciated,
passives
but, you know, it
onto
matters,
the
like,
tree
changing
that
the
only the
staffs and all that
druid
stuff. It
can
does,
access.
you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And you know, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this week to come and or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But you know, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So yeah, I don't know, just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects.
They
currency
changed.
drops,
which
makes it feel very
Yeah.
anti-vax. Like,
They
what do we play for? Currency,
reworked
obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our, you know, every 3 months.
the way the
discussion of
game
talking about
runs
rarity and what we're going to do with
Well, I
it.
think we did it again.
on
didn't we?
PC and console,
We did a little bit. We cut
improving
off
a
some
lot
of
of the
top tier
hardware
mods, so just the
so
overall
it can run
amount of it is
smoother.
lower.
And
It's a stopgap. I don't
also,
quite know.
they
We haven't come
removed
to an exact
the
decision, but,
delirium
like,
fog that
it
you
is
can
true
place
that it
on
feels
your
like
maps,
every change we're making at this point is getting slightly.
so you can actually
closer to
see
just
what's
a
going on your
despawning.
map.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find. We need to find the mods that can
What
replace in the
else?
mod pools that like in order to make it work.
They
And it's like this is the annoying thing.
they
is it's like,
increased
if we just
the
removed it
value
right
of
now, there just
normal
wouldn't be,
monsters that you find
enough
on
of
your
them. Like,
maps,
the mod pools wouldn't work.
but reduce the
There's an
amount
interesting thing we
of
see where we-
monsters
and I
there
don't-
are on the map
For sure,
for
it is understandable,
performance
but we see a
stability.
lot of videos being made.
So
with just
there'll be less monsters,
absolute
but the monsters that are in there are
1000% misunderstandings of how it
increased
all
by like
works.
40%
And
experience
which
and
probably isn't
40%
helping its
like
cause in
loot.
any way,
Right.
because it has all
as
these
well,
hidden DR
to
things and
increase,
just
like,
a bunch of hidden
You know,
mechanics in it.
performance stability.
but yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of
Did they
misunderstanding as to how
revamp
it works. and people
Endgame?
going, "Look, it does
Unfortunately,
exactly this
they
change,
did
and it's
not.
like,
They said
it's not
they
even
could
doing
not
1/10
get
of
to
what
it,
you're saying
even
it's
though
doing.
they promised
That
to
being
work
said,
on
I'm not
it
saying it's not a problem,
0.4.
it
They
is
said
100% a
it was
problem,
too
but,
complex,
there is certainly
and they
a
have to
mass
do it for 0.5.
misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even explain it.
That's
anywhere.
the
It's just
first thing they
hidden
talked about in
with
this
some
little
formula
post
somewhere,
trailer
that
interview.
no one has access to, except for us.
You've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff in particular, and like you guys are happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like misinformation?
We wanted to make it.
They added the Vow.
We wanted. We had a. We
The
were like,
Vow
why don't we
mechanic where
just get rid of the
you do the
DR
little
and find a
incursions
way to make it work and
from
actually display
POE1.
actual
It's
value,
the similar. It's the
that is that
similar
conflict
thing,
of
like
removing
similar
it, so,
way
you
to
know,
do
there's
the
a little bit of like we just gotta pick our
mechanic from
direction here.
POE1. It's like a huge map. You like pick where to go.
In some sense,
Do
like,
the
we can't
rooms
say,
and stuff like
the
that.
number of the like, well, okay, but that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is like it's not
the
like that when
uniques you can get
that, it
in that
just increases
mechanic,
currency. Like,
you
it's
can
through, like,
change
10 layers of like different
some of the
ways things
unique
work that kind of result in
mods
an
on it,
overall
just like a Foulborn was in
currency
POE1.
increasing.
You mean like the content people?
But you can only change them
Well, not just
from
that,
the
but even in terms of just
mechanic.
the way
You
the
can't
system
change
works,
the
right?
other
Like, it's a
ones
very
that are like
indirect method by
existent
which currency is
already.
increased. It isn't just that we drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like it is actually like
Abyssal is still in the
it is a
game,
result
but
of
you
multiple
wame see it
systems
in
on
the
top of each other
campaign.
working
It's only an
to
end
resolve that.
game.
And that's why like the only
can
way
see
for
it
us to
in
even
maps.
know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah,
what else?
it's like
I mean,
sort of
the biggest thing is really
because like
the weapon. It's a
drops are
talisman
complicated.
that you equip, and then the
there's like
talisman,
so many things we've done over
you're
the years
able to
kind of, like,
shapeshift
massage them in
into
various
whatever you
ways, and
want.
it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point, even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be.
The human form, you know, is
I think the
mostly
takeaway
human,
is
like based
Jonathan
on
said
spell
he's
damage.
removing it.
Bear is
So,
mostly like
Just need to find a thing
physical.
to replace it with
Yeah,
another.
Werewolf is
Yeah, that's
actually
it's okay. I don't need to understand.
It's exactly
Dex
exactly the
and
same conversation if
intelligence,
we bring up
and
what
then
Dex
Wyvern
gives
is more
as a-
so
yeah.
intelligence.
It's like it's 100% the same type of
The
problem.
bear's
what
like
you give
strength,
with
intelligence.
Dex?
It's weird. It's actually like super weird.
Exactly.
Dex
Yeah, yeah.
scales currency drops.
yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of
yeah.
abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only for a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes
Alright.
sense. Oh, no. Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. Just
Yep.
in terms
Yeah, I
of
saw
doing
those
more raw
emotes.
damage,
It's a
having
little-
access to shock, and
It's a little
even
frog
having
just
its own
staring.
version of
Yep.
stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements and lightning damage
I'm not going to
overall?
say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a
You have 7
15% more
TV.
max
What?
damage notable. That's now 10.
What is 7
We've
TV?
done, I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't
Tons of things
that
are buffed.
aren't lightning builds necessarily.
Nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about a like let's gut lightning. I want to make it be
Like
like,
the
well,
emote thing.
let's make these other things feel cooler and more special.
Well, I saw your
It would be
emote.
very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather.
I don't have that
you know,
downloaded, but I saw
find
your
ways to
emote if
make-
that's what you're asking.
incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, you know, kind of enjoyable. So, again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious. So at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure. Like cold was
But
intended to
ultimately,
be that way.
ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So, like, while it may not be damaged directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
Because,
if
you need to, you know, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but
they
that's
are
what I mean, right?
sticking
Because
around and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah,
as well as some
shock. I mean,
specific
shock is
change.
pretty hectic.
Yeah.
Kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there. Then poise
Twerking, bro.
timer before they
That's
can be
crazy.
CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So like already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100, and in some cases, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure.
Yep.
So even if it was meant to be those 3 ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say chill isn't strong, not to say freeze isn't also obviously powerful. They will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there, and all of that as well. So, it will always change. But yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do I hate lightning, goodbye lightning. It's like be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do, for sure. So.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just the feeling when they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's
did they say patch notes when? I did see that, but
it's scaling with like hit damage and crit.
It's not today, I don't
directly,
think.
I guess in this case, differently. To
Actually, I don't remember, to be honest.
Where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on. Like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
of
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough. It is, as you said. It's just, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like, I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything or anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah,
100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. is what I is kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong. Like, for example, the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So, like, now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like, the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So, yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to... I want to see how it goes, but I definitely... feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually, because it, I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good. And so what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that. And so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, that's obviously right, let's just change everything, and now item gearing is just ruined, because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So yeah, fine-tooth comb, being very careful with it, for sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Omen of homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss craftings now that that's going core? Is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
sure, there'll be a few number of changes around.
Yeah, just a little bits here and there. Yeah. Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point, for sure. But it's still there. When you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, there's things here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
A few.
I think it's 6. And each give, throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing. So you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the league had. And then... in-game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it, and
awesome.
If you want to get the crafting,
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there, so, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with, like, the Sacrifice of Vile stuff too. Well, the new Vile stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
We'll be right back.
I'll tell
I
you,
need a
like,
drink.
if we have a in-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that.
That's- yeah.
We're finally, we can put that in our review.
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
It's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to
But then at the end of the
analyze.
day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So, you know.
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. Like in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, you know, like if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because, you know, when it comes right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So, you know, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So, you know, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like, what are we doing? You know, like how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyperfixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people liked a league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are having.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like that, you know, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, you know, then we're happy.
Mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others, you know.
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting, trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good. Yep. So good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
well, I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them. And it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the removable runes in, and it's well, great, now you got
endgame runes.
You know, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really changed
kind
there.
of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like, I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move
faster.
It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree. But
I've been more on that side of things. Like, maybe make some of the maps a little smaller, so move speed's less important. I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on. It was that topic. Okay, cool. Okay. Thanks, team. Just confirming that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point. Yeah,
we're at the same stance on that, really. Which is it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. It's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on. You know what I mean? So
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely. But is that one that is getting
we've done number
love,
buffs at the very least, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think almost every ascendancy class has some level. Like honestly, some of it is like one node changed. Some of it, like for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables. And
wow!
We got rid. I mean, Pathfinder just did that. We got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the POE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, for just like doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like,
what, dude? The Pathfinder sounds really cool.
Damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
Been
changes
pretty
everywhere.
in the thick of it.
I think the patch note currently lacks... we have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like, when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like, we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases. Yeah. So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like sort of different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like, not because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is I think we're still doing... I've held back... From the patch notes, I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement. To the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is... And that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I
in
know
10
there
minutes.
were like, I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
80.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, bosses ones, mythic ones, working our way down the
What the
rarity.
hell?
So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher
Makes
effort.
sense.
We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that, and done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around. But this, what I was talking about doing, will, yes.
Okay.
It just what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week, or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
there's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game. And it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah,
It's
but
just like doesn't count as well.
But it's
like a half-ranged weapon, I guess.
Stormwave really melee, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
I know. We need swords. I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are.
funny.
From talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is understood. It seems it's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Swords are a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
Kind of a lot better now for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of around the. I mean, honestly, like I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game. But certainly the gap has narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually. But yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing when you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. Some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be? If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already,
Nice.
at the top tier, generally.
Great. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. it seemed like at one point like druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
That might have
they
been
were
the
like
case a long
That
time
was
ago.
actually
that was
that was
a
actually
node or
for the
something.
huntress.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah, so it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
probably
Like,
not anytime soon. No.
Decided not less interesting than
Yeah,
other
yeah.
options. Yeah, all right, cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time.
So it's,
And yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time, but it's much more close than it was last time. Like there's just some stuff that needs to happen, but like, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's like, it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And yeah, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
looking forward to it, so I can
Yeah, I know.
actually do
I know.
inventory management.
I know.
controller.
We will have it, but yeah,
Controller
it's-
inventory. Oof,
Yeah,
no.
But yeah.
Okay, good news. It's being worked on daily. It sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't really have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like, I really do. So, like, it'll be, I really want it to be next year. But
We certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to.
yeah.
It's certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
You need to do.
You gotta.
we want people to play the game still and
Exactly,
enjoy
yeah,
it,
they
and
do.
do what we want to do. But so yeah, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
Worthwhile.
So
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
so
true.
that's what needs to happen first. So
It's a good trade-off.
yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you were saying, like looking at the side-by-side footage was like, it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because, like, that's kind of like I want to make sure, like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like, I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan, but
Gotcha.
effectively, like, I've been focusing a lot myself actually, and trying to like make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously, there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so like GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. And, traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Like now... there's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. It's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launched, just because, like the thing with multi-threading is that, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make like a video on exactly some of the go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And even it feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's not even, it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is like I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally like really on this every time.
I have. just because it's been such a big issue, and you know, like I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And yeah, as I said, like already it's so much better now. But yeah, we'll be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here.
All
So
right.
we will end there and let
no
people
one's
go
interested
and
in listening to us
read
anymore.
the
They've got,
patch notes.
they've got
Oh, the patch notes are coming out right now.
No, thank you very much, guys. That was a pleasure to talk to
Oh,
you once
shoot.
again, and
Thank
I
you very
look forward to checking it out and going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Well,
you.
It's good to have you here.
Alrighty, thanks for the questions, everyone. We'll
Thanks,
see you next
everyone.
time. Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Oh, look at all the cameras.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
I gotta say, it's a bit underwhelming. The Druid itself, great. 10 out of 10, the Druid. The Val City, or the Val mechanic, I would probably say it's a 7 out of 10. Well, the Druid is a 10 out of 10. It looks cool. It's a new class. And then the shape-shifting is actually a freaking weapon. It's not even part of the Druid. It's just a weapon. So the shape-shifting, I would say, is a big W because anyone can shape-shift. So we're going to have a league where everyone is shape-shifting. Which is funny. Let's see. Hold on. Let me do that. Did they drop the patch notes? Okay, let's revisit this real quick. Last of the Druids. Oh my god, I don't want to do that. They probably didn't drop the patch notes right now, right? No, they didn't. No. Oh, wait. It's right here. Oh my god, dude. This is insane. Okay. let's go over the patch notes, bro. Okay. New class, the Druid. Yep. The Fate of the Val League. We've seen that in the trailer. It's going to be the new league mechanic that's adding into 0.4 update. You'll find remnants of the Val civilization scattered throughout the Were class. So they are adding Abyssal to core, but we won't see the Abyss throughout the campaign. This will be replaced with the Val League. New content and features. New playable character, the Druid, we saw that, with 2 new Ascendancies Oracle, which is very, very strange in my opinion. It is going to be one of those strange Ascendancies that it needs to be tested with certain mechanics, certain builds and all that to actually see what's capable with it, just like the Chronomancer was. I feel like the Chronomancer was slept on in the beginning, and then it ended up being a pretty decent class to play with. Shaman, I think, is the one where it adds an extra 130 passive nodes into the passive tree if you pick the Shaman and one of the keystones in it. Added over 20 new skills, 35 new supports, 250 new passive skills. Okay. 8 new. Oh, okay. Those are the stronger ones. Those are available in endgame. Okay. New weapon class, talismans. Talismans are 2-handed martial weapons that are used for shapeshifting attacks. Equipping a talisman shapeshifts you into an animal form and grants you a basic attack skill for that form. You can swap your chosen form at any time. Added 4 new augment weapons with new modifiers. Okay. Abyss Core. Yep, we got that. So they've optimized a lot in the game, so the CPU performance will be better for anyone who's on PC. And this will, in theory, improve console performance as well. Player changes. Tailwind. The first thing they do is change Tailwind. That's funny. Now grants 1% increased movement speed, 2% increased skill speed. Previously 3%, a bit of a nerf. 10% evasion. It's just pretty much a nerf. Base unarmed attacks is now 1.65. Oh. That's been it's been buffed. Okay, we got that. Hello, welcome in. Modifiers to the number of enemies required to be considered surrounded can no longer reduce the... Oh. Yo, the helmet. What was that? Constructing helmet, whatever. That's dead. That's dead. Can't be below 1. It's funny. Rage regeneration now pauses. Rage decay. Okay, cool. So some more rage stuff because of the druid becoming or having to use rage often. Physical damage reduction from armor can no longer cause a hit to deal 0 damage. This is mostly targeted and preventing causes multi-hit player skills could deal 0 damage. Okay, so you can't negate 100% of the damage sometimes. Just fine. The Wyvern looks dope. Witch and River. Yeah, for sure. Anyone can shapeshift because it's a talisman instead of like the druid. So you can play the witch and shapeshift as well at the same time. Okay, here we go. Ascendancy changes. This is very important. Deadeye. Wind Ward has been removed. Okay. Bullseye now requires call shot. Bullseye now applies 10 critical weakness, previously 5. Okay, so you can ramp up critical weakness easier. Added a new Mirage ascendancy skills while active firing, range, attack, projectiles. Okay, whatever. But yeah, they mentioned the Pathfinder. They added some new skills for the Pathfinder and removed others. Running assaults, Lich. I'll get to it. Running assaults now also cannot be heavy stun while sprinting. Oh, that's pretty cool. You can't be heavy stun while sprinting with the Pathfinder. That's cool. Traveler Wisdom now requires Path Seeker Traveler Wisdom. Oh, yeah. Look at this one. This is the same, similar to the Scion. If anyone plays in Path of Exile 1, the Scion class. Now you can actually allocate warrior passive skills and also sorcery from the starting point as well. Traveler Wisdoms now require Path Seeker. Oh, man. 5% increased damage, global defense, and cost efficiency. The Pathfinder is pretty brand new. If anyone is curious to play the Pathfinder, it's similar to the Scion now from Path of Exile 1. Amazon Elemental Surge rework. Elemental Surge rework. Grants skill Elemental Surge. Now provides when you consume a charge trigger Elemental Surge to gain 3 lightning surges. Huh. Surging Avatar reworked now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to instead gain 2 cold, lightning, and fire surges. Ooh, it's kind of like a Trinity type playstyle. Ritualist. Ritualist sacrifices stolen modifiers. Duration is 82 to 120 seconds from gem level. That is a big buff, dude. That is a really, really good quality buff right there. Quality is now 20 plus 20 seconds to stolen modifier, previously 2. That is a big buff to Ritualist. That's like a easy Headhunter type style of gameplay. You don't need Headhunter if you're using the Ritualist. That's pretty cool. Corrupted Life Force now also has you deal 15% more damage. More damage is multiplicative to enemies affected by Blood Boil. Nice. Wow, Ritualist buff. That's nice. Warbringer. Good old Warbringer. Imploding Impacts now also grants fully broken armor you inflict. Increases all damage taken from hits. Instead. Oh. That is a big buff too. From hits instead. Oh, that's really good. So you can break someone's armor and then do whatever to deal more damage with any hits you do. It doesn't have to be like a physical damage dealer because of the broken armor. It could be something else as well. Ancestral Warhome. Minions summoned by Warbringer answered. Call notable is now consistently hits up close enemies. Okay, the second. Yeah, that's okay. Cool. Titan. Surprising Strength has been removed. Crushing Impacts now grants 25% more damage against heavy stun enemies. Wow. The big buff. 25% more. Added a new Mountain Splitter Ascendancy. Grants every third slam skill that doesn't create a fissure, which you use yourself, causes 1 additional aftershock ahead, and to each of the side initial side requires Crushing Impact. So for this, you need Crushing Impact. I see. Whoa. Smith of Katava got a bunch of stuff. Each notable connected to the Smith's Masterwork notable now grants plus 200 to armor. So these were removed. Added Katava imprint in place of padded plates, which causes your body armor to grant 60% increased glory generation. Added spiked plates in place of lead lining, which causes your body armor to grant 100% increased thorn damage. And then another one grants 30% increased spirit. Oh, wow. Reduces critical damage taken by 100% previously. 50. Wow, that's a big defense buff right there. 100%. That's really good. Heat proofing now causes body armor to grant bonus of being affected by all damage elements. Previously just ignite. Okay, so it's another defense buff. The fire spell on melee hit skill grants by heated forge. Not cost no mana when triggering soccer spells. Oh wow. It costs no mana. It also grants increased damage per level, up to 200% increased damage at gem level 20. Yo, Smith of Katava, man. That thing is looking pretty good. The temper weapon skill granted by against the anvil. Now costs no mana, okay. Creates empowered attacks. Now deal 25% more damage at levels and has a base radius of 3 meters. Previously 2.5 meters. Okay, small increase to the AoE and then a pretty big increase to damage. 25% more damage. The manifest weapon skill granted by living weapon on Smith of Katava now changes target less frequently. Okay. As a mace now has a cooldown. 6 seconds. Oh, that's really good. Big buff there. Another buff there. Okay. Okay. Infernalist. Seething Body no longer grants while on high infernal flame. You and allies in presence gain 50% of damage as fire damage. 50% of damage as fire damage. It's not extra fire damage. Okay. Seething Body now grants gain Elemental Archon when you cast a spell while on high. Infernal Flame. Elemental Archon does not expire while on high. Oh. Huh. They're making it Infernalist more so, giving it more so spellcasting abilities or options. Not abilities, but options. Blood Mage. Whispers of... Wow, there's only literally one line for Blood Mage. That means it's still going to be very powerful. Probably one of the most powerful builds again, or one of the most powerful ascendancies again, will probably be the Blood Mage. Whispers of the Flesh now also grants targets cursed by you have 100% reduced life regeneration, right? Okay, cool. Stormweaver. Refraction Infusions now grant when collecting an elemental, gain an elemental. Oh. It's not a percentage anymore. Wow, that is very powerful, dude. 50% chance was the old version. Now it's like you're guaranteed to get one. It's 100% that you'll get one. Can be collected 50% even further. That's really good. Multiplying Skulls now grant 2% to limit of elemental skills previously 1. Wow, dude. Stormweaver is even stronger than before. Chronomancer has been updated. Okay, inventable energy. Okay. Now ignores a curse limit. Okay, similar to the Lich. Now causes cursed targets to take 50% of hit damage dealt to them while cursed again when curses expire. So it's just a buff. Ah, man, Chronomancer, dog. The Chronomancer, man. Even though the Chronomancer was changed in 0.3, it's still like lacking something. I don't know what it is. It's just like I played it in 0.2 and it was fun and all, but man, it was kind of boring. It's like lacking something. Okay, the Gemling. Infusion now grants 1% to maximum cold resistance per 3 blue socketed skill gems. Or support gems, I'm sorry. Support gems socket previously 4. Same thing with red. It will give you fire resistance, and then green will give you maximum lightning resistance. Everything is 3 now instead of 4, so it's easier to increase your maximum resistance based on what kind of color support gems you have. That's good. Tactician. Oh boy, I never played the Tactician. Support of fire skills granted by Unleash Hell. Notable passive has been updated. Command Death from Above cooldown is now 20 seconds. Wow. Previously 40. Big buff. Now fires volleys every 0.7 seconds. Previously 2 seconds. Now fires total of 6 volleys. Previously 4. 14. Wow, dude, that is a massive buff. The attack damage is less, right? It does say less attack damage. But the fact that the cooldown is 20 seconds instead of 40, it shoots more volleys and has more width, will make this number even better than I believe this number. That is really good. That is, wow, that is a big update or big buff for the Tactician. Has been updated. Artillery ballistas no longer grant 40% increase in mobilization buildup. Now grants 20% increased skill speed. Okay. Siege Ballistas no longer grant 50% increased damage against immobilized. Now grant... Oh, they're like removing some immobilization like debuffs, but they're adding more damage. So I mean, you could just replace that with maybe like stunning or something else. Just fine. Mortal Cannon now grants 25% of damage gained as extra 5 damage, previously 15%. Wow, what a big buff for Tactician. Spell Totems grant 50% increased critical hit chance. Wow. So if you're doing a Spell Totem build, Tactician is a big, big contender for that. Witch Hunter, Witchbane now has enemies have maximum concentration equal to 30% of their maximum life, previously 40. This is a buff, that's funny. Now instead grants sorcery ward, also protects against physical and chaos damage. Cool, cool, cool. Invoker, okay, here's the monk. And protect me from harm now grants 30% less evasion rating. What? Bro, what the fuck? That's a big buff. That's a huge buff. The Soul Springs Eternal now grants meta skills have 50% increased spirit. What was it before? Oh boy, that sucks. Unbound Avatar granted has been updated. Now has a cooldown of 12 seconds. Gain Unbound Fury when you inflict the elemental on hit. No longer has no more than once every... That's good. That's a big buff. That's a huge buff. Shocking and Igniting now grant 1 Unbound Fury, previously 2. Okay, well, you know, but it's no like there's no cooldown for it. So the faster you are, the better. Acolyte of Chayula, the #1 ascendancy that has been garbage since it's been released. Let's see what they got to say. Embrace the Darkness now gives +10 to maximum darkness per level, previously 8. Who cares? The Into the Breach skill granted by Walking Dream Red Flames now grant 15%, now leech 15% life, previously 7. Cool. And then 15% mana from 7. Okay. Cool. That's pretty good. That's a buff. Now last 8 seconds, previously 5 seconds. This was my biggest problem when I was playing this stupid ascendancy. Was that the purple flames lasted only 5 seconds. And they gave it a 3-second buff. I don't think that's gonna help it at all. I swear to God, it's not gonna help it, bro. The problem was with this was they didn't stack, they didn't refresh the seconds when you collected another purple flame. So when you collect one, it would be a separate timer. Then after you collect another one, the first timer is going to be up, so you still only have one after the first one expired, if that makes sense. That was a problem. It wouldn't refresh the timer of the one you collected before. Okay, the Into the Breach skill granted by Waking Dream Flames now created closer to the player. Nice. Choice of power, choice of light, choice of mana now grant 50% increase remnants. And 50% increase. Okay. Cool. Pretty good buff right there. I do have to admit, that is a pretty good buff. The Void Illusion skill granted by Grasp of Void has a cooldown of 4 seconds at all gem levels, previously 6 to 4. Alright. I mean, it's not really a buff. It is okay, but I mean, it's already had a 4 when you raised it up to max skill level. The Void Illusion skill granted by Grasp of Void now deals 350 attack damage previously. I mean, it's a big buff. I do have to admit. The Void Illusion skill. Wait, the Void Illusion skill granted by Grasp of Void now has a 3 cooldown charges. Oh, okay. Okay, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That is pretty good. Where the heck is Lich? Yeah, there's no Lich. There's literally no changes with the Lich. Unless they're gonna add something later, but there are no changes with the Lich. Isn't that crazy? The one build I took to max endgame, they did not change at all. Which is not a bad thing because the Lich is really good. Especially in endgame, the Lich was really good. Okay, passive tree changes. Oh boy. Added more than 250. Yep. I'm gonna skim through this a little bit. The Hollow Palm Technique Keystone now grants 1% more attack speed per 75 item evasion rating on equipped armor. Oh boy. That's a small nerf. Any minion updates? I have not got to that so far. No word yet. The Walker of the Wild Keystones have been removed. Have been moved onto a newly added. Wow, they put the keystone on a freaking support gem. That's kind of wild. That is kind of wild. The Elemental Equilibrium now grants code infusion remnants you create instead of fire. Okay, whatever. Added 3 attack area effect clusters on the monk part. That's cool. Just added some more passives everywhere. More remnants. Increased remnants. All that. The pure power node grants 2% increased lightning damage per 10 intelligence. Instead, now grants 10%. What? Damn, I know people are going to be upset reading this, dude. I know people are going to be upset reading this one. The pure power notable no longer grants 2% increased lightning damage per 10 intelligence. Instead, it now grants 10% more maximum lightning damage. Damn. Oof, indeed, bro. Man, people are going to be mad reading this. They're going to be mad reading this. That's funny. Wildstorm no longer grants 15% more maximum lightning damage. Now instead grants gain 4% damage as extra lightning damage. Gain 4% damage as extra cold and 10 to dexterity. That's pretty cool. Less lightning, more evening out. For sure, for sure. Lightning's always going to be the strongest in my opinion, regardless of whatever. Because of shock. Like, shock is better than ignite and freeze and chill. Like, hands down. Oh boy. Hold on. Holy shit. Okay. Gem changes. Alright, I'm gonna skim through these and see the ones I'm actually like interested in. Oh boy. No. Nova projectiles no longer causes supportive skills to gain 4 additional projectiles. God damn. God damn. That sucks, dude. Hold on, I'll be right back. Alright, my fault. Added Nova projectiles 2. 6 additional projectiles. Cooldown. Cooldown time of 8 seconds. That sucks, dude. Okay, Chain 1 support no longer grants supportive skills. Chain 100% more times. Now grants supportive skills deal 30%. Chain 2. Oh man, some of these are changes that are kind of scary, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Is the druid based off Count Gregor? I don't know what that means. Count Gregor? Okay, skill change. Oh. Yo. Oh my god, dude. I know the guy Gazzy, the POE minion creator, he's gonna be mad. He's gonna be mad at this. All minion users who use the Spectre Frozen Mandibles are cooked. Can once again no longer be bound as a Spectre or Tame Beast. Yo, Adam, I know. I'm pretty sure you use this for your build. You can't tame this anymore. Buffed summon specters, variants of certain monsters in each act in an area. Okay, further details. Okay, yep. So they're adding some buffs to certain specters. That's cool. Palm skill movement has been adjusted. I think what you're saying, the Act 1 boss, he was shapeshift because of the item that we were chasing, the corrupted item, the whatever we were chasing, the plague. That's what morphed him. He wasn't a druid, I don't think. Was that the spider looking thing that gives Trail of Ice? Yeah, it was. It was, Adam. You can't tame that anymore. You can't tame it as a specter or a tame beast. It's no longer available. Ice fragments created by skills, escape shot. Now only able to hit enemies once every per group of... Oh, that sucks. Bro, ice fragments suck in general, and they made it even worse. What the heck? The per target hit limits of Firestorm, Ice Storm, Rain of Arrows are now displayed. Oh. Whirlwinds now take on elements from overlapping elemental ground for 8 seconds. Previously 4. Wow. Yo, you got a little buff there, Adam. Small little buff. Grounded for 8 seconds. Previously 4. For Whirlwind. That's the skill you used, right? I'm pretty sure. Added wind type to the following skills: Twisters, Whirling Slash, Wind Blast, Wind Blast. Wait. Wind Blast, Wing Blast, Whirlwind Lance. Okay, cool, cool. Added wind type. Oh, it's a new type. Wind. That's cool. Limits. Invocation skills now have a 0.2 second cooldown. Oh, that sucks. Freezing Salvo is now offered as a tier 3 skill gem. Wind Blast, tier 3. Uh-huh. Arc. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Wait. Before that, no longer has a 25% less totem attack speed. That's a really good buff. Holy crap. That's nice. Arc now has 50% increased magnitude of shock inflicted. Buff. Now, instead of 50% more magnitude. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that too soon. That is a nerf. That is a nerf, dog. Oh my god, that is a nerf. Instead of more, which is multiplicative, they're doing increase, which is additive. Oh, that sucks. Good old Arc. Arctic Armor now deals 8 to 12 cold. Previously 6 to... Okay, that's a small little nerf. Now has 100% more magnitude of chill deflect. Okay, cool. Armor Break. Now deals 61%. Previously... Hits now break. Armor. It's a small little buff. Ooh, Ball Lightning. Now deals... Everyone's a fan of her. 4 boobies. Yeah, I know. I saw that too. I was a fan too. Why not? I'm just a guy, you know? Now deals 2 to 3, 33 lightning damage at skill at gem level 11. Okay. Small little buff. Nerf to shock. Wow, they're nerfing some shock. They've been nerfing shock all around. Cast on minion death now reserves 30 spirit instead of 60. That's really good. I like that. I like that. Comet, Fire Infused Comet now deals 279 to 418. Scaling. Okay, Comet. It's weaker in the beginning, but stronger later on. Good. Okay. Just some nothing really crazy so far. Except the one Spectre you can't use and the other thing. I forget. Oh boy, Ghost Dance. Here's a nerf. Maximum of 3 Ghost Shrouds. Oh, and it's a bigger cooldown. Damn, that sucks. Quality now instead provides 0 to 20% increased reservation of skills. Oh boy. That's a nerf to Ghost Dance right there. Herald of Thunder now has an attack damage of 40% to 122, so it's a little nerf. It's still going to be very powerful regardless. Hex Blast now has a maximum of 10 explosions per cast, previously 3. Yo, Hex Blast build? I might do a Hex Blast build. Bet. 10 explosions per cast. Wow. Ice Nova. Ice Shards now converts 80% physical damage, previously 70. Okay. Lightning Arrow. What did they do with Lightning Arrow? No longer bypasses the charge up time on Lightning Rod Burst. Instead of the burst caused by Lightning Arrow can occur every 0.1 seconds. Projectiles now convert 80% of physical damage to lightning, previously 40. Beam now converts 100% of physical damage to lightning damage. Oh. There's a cooldown. It's gonna be harder to scale this then, a bit harder. Lightning Conduit, I don't care about that. Lightning Rod. The limit of active lightning rods allowed is 10, previously 20. That sucks. Okay, Raised Zombie. Empowered zombies now deal 122 to 253 more damage with hits and gem levels. Okay, that is a buff. That is a pretty good buff. Up to 253. That's really good. Rapid Assault, Spearheads. I don't care about Rapid. Reap. Okay, I was trying to look for this. Reap now has a base critical hit chance of 14%. Previously 11. Yes, let's go Reap. Let's go Reap. I might do a reaping build again. That was fun. Row amount no longer increases your... What? Row amount no longer increases your movement speed. Now has 100% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while mounted, previously 80%. Okay, so you're no longer faster, but you can still cast. You can still cast normally while on the mount, just like that. So they went back to what it used to be, but now you're no longer faster. I mean, it's still a good reason to use this because you can use that one support gem. I forget what it's called, but it gives you like 30% more damage, but your skill speed is slower, but this will bypass that. But you still get the 30% more damage. Sacrifice now grants minion revive 46%, 40% more slowly previously. Oh, pretty good buff. Skeletal Reavers now gains 6% increased attack speed per 2 rage. Previously, this was described on the gem, but not functional. I knew it, dog. I knew this shit was not working, man. I remember I made a build I made a build with like 15 Reavers, dude. And they sucked. They sucked. I knew this shit was something's broken with this. It was not even functional, dude. It was not even functional. Oh my god, maybe I should make a Reaver build. Bro, I had a whole army of Reavers. And they didn't even work because it wasn't even functional. That's so funny, dude. LOL indeed, bro. So off-range spike duration is sick. Thank God. Thank God. It was annoying to be casting all the time. Okay, Spark. Let's read some Spark. I love Spark. Spark's a cool move. Infused Spark now deals 7 to 11 cold damage at gem level 1. Unchanged. Scaling up to 203 to 310 cold damage at gem level 20. Pretty good buff with that. Code infused sparks now deal Oh, so generally a buff. They're it's a buff if you're infusing them, not a buff to the base damage of it. Only when it's infused. Staggering Palm. So nothing with the Twister spell, except that they made it a wind type. So that means it would be easier to scale. They added the wind type mod on it, not making it wind type. They added it on. So if you find items that have bonuses to wind damage, it would just be easier to scale your move. Unique item changes. This is a lot. I'm just gonna skim through it to see if I see anything crazy. Oh, Cloak of Flame has plus 30 to maximum energy. Ghostwrite has 35% of maximum life converted to energy shield. Previously, oh, they buffed this again. They first nerfed the crap out of it and then they buff it back up a little bit. This used to be a really good chess piece. Like a really, really good chess piece. Thunder Fist. What? Thunder Fist Crackling Palm skill has 15% base critical hit chance. What the freak, bro? This is actually insane. This is a big buff to this unique. Holy shit, this is going to be so much more expensive. This is for anyone who is doing unarmed hollow palm builds. They would usually get this item, and it's massively buffed. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. The Unborn Lich now rolls 4 desecrated modifiers, previously 2, okay. Previously 3, I'm sorry. Item changes. That's all like crazy shit. End game changes. Maps no longer scale pack size as you increase their tier. They instead increase the non-unique monsters' effectiveness. Effectiveness grants monsters increased life. Increase experience granted. Increase quantity of items dropped. Tablets now can have maximum 4 modifiers, so you can actually make them rare. To unlock the ability to craft a tablet beyond 2 modifiers, you need to have the defective. Oh, you defective. You need to have defeated the Arbiter of Ash. Arbiter of Ash no longer drops a rare corrupted tablet. Okay, just it looks like there's just buffs to all the tablets again to make endgame a bit more juicy. Monster changes. Bosses now have a anti-burst damage mechanic. Bosses now have a anti-burst damage mechanic. Once a boss has finished its emerge or becomes aggro to damage, reduction period starts counting down. The damage reduction tapers down from a full effect to no effect over the course of the duration. For every unit the boss moves from its starting location, the damage reduction will fall even faster. Bosses which cannot or barely move have a shorter damage reduction period. Would you look at that? You can't just like kill the boss in 1 second anymore. They have a anti-burst damage mechanic. You see that shit? Anti-fun mechanic. That's what it is for sure. Yeah, you're right. Wow. I hope it's not a long duration because like if you make a glass cannon build, are you able to survive the anti-burst damage reduction phase? Because if you get hit once and you're a glass cannon, you're cooked. Oh my god, dude. I don't like that. I hate when games do this. Diablo does this with their dumbass freaking immunity phases. It's so annoying, bro. Like what's the point of making a crazy build if there's an immunity phase, like, or some sort of like anti-burst damage mechanic, bro? I hope it's not that long. We'll see how long it is. I think they're trying to do where as soon as the boss aggroes, maybe it's like a 1 second, so you can't just like place things down before it spawns. If it's in that case, okay, cool, whatever. But we'll see. Visibility. Improve the mid-fight phase change sequence of the final act 2 boss. Improved first thing. Okay, some user interface. Oh man. Oh, microtransaction changes. Yes, this is what I've been waiting for. Bug fixes. Okay. That's it for the patches. The patch notes. Yeah, it's crazy. They didn't mention anything on the weapon skills. Maybe they did. I probably just missed it. But the ascendancies, there are no changes on the patch notes for Lich. The one freaking ascendancy I played the most last league, or this league, or 0.3, whatever. And there's no changes for it. this Smith of Katava got a really good buff. So did the Ritualist. The Ritualist, the stolen modifier, the seconds have been increased by a ton. So it's actually viable for you to stop and like carve someone out when you kill them. Kill the rare or whatever. Blood Mage. That's funny, dude. Blood Mage got one thing changed and it's a little buff. This guy, man. Yo, free my man's Acolyte of Chihuahua. Chihuahua. All right, I think we got it there. I'll probably put this as a YouTube video, really. If you are catching this as a YouTube video, don't forget to subscribe, like the video. We're almost at 2K subscribers. Good luck to everyone in 0.4. Let me know in the comments what are you going to be playing. Really, I'm not sure what I'll be playing. I mean, I feel like everyone's going to be using the new talisman and shapeshifting regardless of what class they're playing. But yeah, thanks again for watching on here. I'll catch you guys next time. Bye. But what are... Let me see something real quick. All right. I think I'm going to end stream there, y'all. GG's. Thanks for everyone who joined in. 0.4 Path of Exile 2. Going to be out next Friday, I believe. Yeah, next Friday. We'll be there. I'll be there. You'll be there. We all will be there. We'll all be playing the furry somehow. But thanks for everyone who watched, joined in, tuned in, lurked in, whatever. I will catch you guys next time. And yeah, hopefully we get some more news. It was kind of underwhelming in my opinion, but Path of Exile 2 is always fun, especially in the first week before we get to endgame, and then there's nothing else to do in endgame because we beat it all. But we shall see. Hopefully I get some new builds out as well. I'm not sure what I will be playing first, but I will most likely be playing multiple things. All right, y'all. I'm out. Take care. Bye. Bye, bye, bye.